and welcome to day 2 of Budget Deliberations 2022. We have a full agenda ahead of us. We will be taking a couple breaks, obviously lunch, but also we will be taking a break as council will be participating in the official flag raising in memorial of Louis Riel Day. First on our agenda, following on the operating budgets from yesterday, we will start with Invest GP, and our CAO, Bob Nicolay, will take that bucket of business. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. And I will go through Invest GP. I'm going to ask some indulgence on this one a little bit, if you don't mind. We're just in the process of doing a pretty major reorganization, realignment of Invest GP. And so we don't have a chief investment officer. I'm sitting in on that role right now, and I've become familiar with what is in the budget and what the plans are going forward. But they're going to be quite fluid over 2023 as we align with Council's expectations of Invest GP's for performance. So I will go through that. Danielle will wrap up a little bit the last part of the operating budget after that. And then we'll do a bit of a recap on what occurred in day 1 and the kinds of things that we heard from Council to make sure we've got the right inventory. When we go through those, if any Council members are aware of something that they thought they had put into the queue that hasn't been listed, that's the opportunity to throw it in, and we'll make sure it gets covered. So Invest GP consists of the economic development function, the traditional economic development function, the planning and development function, and inspection services and events and entertainment. So a new collection that was done quite strategically by this council, in part to align the promotional activities associated with economic development with the regulatory activities associated with planning and development and inspection services. So those functions are aligned and on similar track toward getting development, constructive development to occur in our city. First one I'll go through is economic development itself. No real changes in this area. No operating revenues to speak of at all, and operating expenses down about $10,000. So no real changes in this area, but lots of work going on. The key initiatives that will be addressed in 2023 include the continuation of Hughes Lake servicing strategy, the tourism strategy, specifically with regard to the city's expectations with regard to tourism strategy, expedited health care in our city, the feasibility of participation by the city or facilitation by the city, the labor market study and recommendations, and we saw some of that come through in the most recent council meeting, business incentives and assessment options, and agribusiness and industry attraction. So this covers two fundamental areas. We used to actually refer to it as BROOD, which is business retention, expansion, and workforce development. And I think if we get that acronym and see one side of economic development, it's an important side that seeks to retain business first, expand business that's here first, and assist in workforce development. With the current labor shortages that are being experienced around the world, we're seeing workforce development being much more important than it has been in previous years. So I would add to what's in your budget material, workforce development to the BROOD acronym on service overview. The second one is a more exciting one and a difficult one for many municipalities to get their heads around, and that's business investment and attraction. There aren't many levers that a city can actually use to attract major industry or new businesses into their location. There's lots of facilitation and influence opportunity, and we do that quite regularly. But cities are finding it necessary to explore new ways to attract business into their locales, and this is the group that we'll be looking to make sure that that gets pioneered successfully in Grande Prairie. So with that, Madam Chair, I'll open up to any questions on economic development, and I will have to likely, if they get detailed, refer to friends in the room who may know more about the composition of the budget than I.
Perfect. Thanks for that introduction. I will recognize Councillor Blackmore in the queue first.
Sorry, I have 3 questions. One is, if we're adding a position to this, is that reflected in the budget? Because the budget line doesn't change really. And it would seem to me that that would add like 100 and some thousand at least to the budget.
You're referring to the Chief Investment Officer? No, the new executive positions are in large part a realignment of existing positions in the organization, so not a new position.
Okay, the second question I have may be a bit sticky, but I'm wondering if the labor market work that's being done by the Chamber would not be better managed by InvestGP. I feel that we have a more aggressive staff that may be better aligned for that. So I'm wondering what the department feels about the Chamber leading that currently.
Mr. Nicolay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a really good question, and I have to tell you, in the 2 times that the Chamber was here presenting a very excellent and comprehensive view of that initiative.
You're kind.
In both occurrences, I found myself sitting here thinking, is the Chamber of Commerce the right place for this to be located? Do businesses, do people seeking to come into the Grande Prairie area naturally gravitate to a Chamber of Commerce? Or isn't that what we built InvestGP to do more comprehensively? So my natural instinct, Councillor Blackmore, I think is very similar to yours. As I listened, though, and listened to Kim, our economic development people, talk about it as well, one of the advantages of doing it through the Chamber is it's a regional Chamber of Commerce. And so when we see an initiative being aligned and consolidated and significant funding coming from the county, the MD in some cases, the Polytech, and others, that kind of alignment, regional alignment, is much more difficult to do if you're leading it as the city. So to put a finer point on it, I'm not sure the county would contribute to a City of Grande Prairie economic development initiative, but they would contribute through the Chamber of Commerce to something the City of Grande Prairie is participating in.
Okay. And then the third thing is, again, one of these things I don't really know which bucket it really falls in because it's kind of a blurry line, but I would really like to see us consider upgrading our public access to internet. I think that would be a boost to tourism. Right now, it works really well if you're in exactly the right spot, but if you're not in exactly the right spot, you're going to struggle to connect to that internet. I think that when I travel around the world and see what other communities have done, that's something that we might want to consider. But again, does that fall under IT? Is that a capital thing? Does it? Like, I'm not sure where it falls.
Mr. Nicolay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And another one that I'm very personally passionate about, I noticed it immediately upon coming back to Grande Prairie that most cities that I've been in, the local government has a access to web services that are available quite broadly. In fact, increasingly in places like transit bus stops, there are Wi-Fi connections that patrons can use. When I inquired in Grande Prairie, there is a significant concern about security of the system by allowing a more broad access. And so I heard that it was thoughtfully considered, but I'm not sure it's as thoroughly debated as what I'd like to see. I think it does belong in the bucket of InvestGP if it's an attribute about our community that might cause us to seem less progressive, less accessible than other communities. That would be something that ought to be top of mind for InvestGP. I'd be happy to follow up on it.
Yeah, just on that point, I'm sure that other municipalities have just as proprietary information as we do. So if other people can figure it out, I'm sure we can figure it out. Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I think the having a partnership with the Chamber of Commerce is going to leverage us into the whole community, as you had mentioned. I think it's you've got to have boots on the ground. And having sat on the InvestGP committee, I'm not sure if we have the right kind of boots on the ground that connects to industry. And I think there may be some opportunities here where they can take it a couple of steps further and bring in big industry into that whole piece. And I agree with you. I don't think the city will be able to attract those people, even though InvestGP is there for that reason. And hearing Kim's comments yesterday saying, no, there won't be any conflict, it is something that looks like they'll work together. And maybe that's a great partnership between NWP and the Chamber and InvestGP. I think there's a tremendous opportunity there. I'll be supporting this going forward.
So thank you for your comments. I just will remind council, because I see the queue filling up, this is an opportunity for questions in operational budget lines. When we want to debate and deliberate on items, let's wait till that section. Thank you. Your comments are valid, Councillor O'Connor. I just don't want now us to be debating an item based on a question that a councillor had. So there will be ample time and opportunity for that. So questions for the acting Chief of Investment, our CAO, Mr. Nicolay, in regards to items that were presented from his operations budget. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. My question is in regards to the regional branding and marketing component of InvestGP. I don't see it in this budget, the money that we're looking forward to putting into the marketing and branding side. And should not InvestGP own like some responsibility in that?
Mr. Nicolay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good question. The primary budgeting source for the marketing and branding initiatives occurred in 2022 using Council's strategic reserve. And so there's $250,000 that is earmarked for that, and that initiative will be executed in 2023 involving Council and community. But it is a good question as to where it ought to reside, and that is still very much in flux. So between the organizational elements that are aligned with Chief of Staff and those aligned with the Chief Investment Officer, that alignment is still sorting itself out. I personally think that it does belong in the InvestGP bucket, so it will probably end up there.
Agreed, especially if we're working on regional programming and sales. So I look forward to seeing what comes out of that. Thank you.
Councillor Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, Mayor Clayton, my question to CAO Nicolay is based on what Councillor Bosch has brought up. Should we be putting some money not only for the branding piece, but some money towards this attraction of worker strategy? And I'm not sure if this is the right bucket to put it in, but I think there needs to be a little bit more meat on the bone here. And also with the incentive grants that we have, I'm not sure again where that fits in this bucket of redevelopment and putting money in so that we can incentivize infill and development throughout the city. So I'm just wondering if there is some thought to that.
Mr. Nicolay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's safe to say that the traditional economic development functions that Council has been supporting and encouraging in recent times is fully funded in this budget. So the traditional things that you would expect to see, the incentives and things like that, are in here. The workforce development one that you're describing, though, is a little different. When I took over responsibility in this area, I did see that we stopped, in our acronym, we stopped short of workforce development. We talk about business retention and expansion. And workforce development appeared when we started to consult with the Chamber of Commerce, or started to see the Chamber of Commerce presentation. If Council supports the referral that occurred during the Chamber's presentation, that would be funding that would be targeted toward workforce development. So I think we're covered there. If Council's inclined not to do that, we may need to cycle back and just make sure that we've got sufficient resources to do what this city believes we need to do in that area.
All right, I see no further questions. So if you wanted to go through, you're now into events and entertainment, Mr. Nicolay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is an area that I know Council is quite familiar with, and it's also an area that's in significant flux. We have a combination of centralized administration leadership in events and entertainment and a quite decentralized model where things are done at various levels in the organization using various techniques. As I think Councillor Bressie pointed out yesterday, in some cases that's exactly the right thing to do. So a department that works in community recreation might be exactly the department to do small-scale community activities, and we shouldn't try to roll that into some massive organization. So this is under review right now in order to determine what the optimal blend is of a centralized, coordinated function on events and entertainment and those that ought to be done at a community level. Again, no big change in the budget going forward. There's an increase in revenues associated with advertising opportunity and facility rentals and other sales, but those are offset partially by increases in utility expenses for some of the venues in which we hold these.
Thank you for that. Councillor O'Connor.
I must have woke up on the right side of the bed or something. The hair doesn't look good, but that's okay.
Looks fine.
I'm just wondering, in reviewing this, I didn't see anything about a future entertainment center, and is this the correct place to have that and take a look at either the study or look at investing something that will take a cultural center, a nice district, so to speak, sort of use that term out loud, but I think there's maybe an opportunity that we create something and take a look at that. So is there money in the budget to be able to complete that study? And I know we've talked about it at various, and I know we have some consultants working with us right now. I'm just wondering, have we allowed that amount of money in?
So on page 22 of your capital plan, it's identified as to be funded as capital tax. So when we get to capital items, we'll debate
Okay,
that.
thank you.
Yep. Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. This is definitely an area that I'm glad we're paying more attention to. And I think as we're rolling out, the revenue's pretty unpredictable on this in many ways. So I'm just wondering if you could give me a sense, I don't need numbers behind it, but just if you could give me a sense of how aggressive are we being in revenue targets in this budget? Is this a budget where we're being really aggressive in how much revenue we're going to do? We're taking a conservative approach to revenue. Just what's the philosophy behind that?
Mr. Nicolay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A really good question. And I'm going to suggest that it's not as aggressive as it needs to be, but I understand the constraints. So as I've met with the administration in these areas to try to understand what our strategy has been, they would love to be much more aggressive. I think the Mayor and I had a conversation, virtual conversation this morning. These are community-defining opportunities, and we should be poised and ready to do as many of them as we possibly can in order to get a character that I believe reflects what Council had in their strategic plan. Some of the constraints are our facilities aren't set up well for that type of thing. And so while the events and entertainment people that deal with major concerts and events at the Bonnet Center, for example, are very keen to do it, there are constraints associated with the facilities. So I'm going to hedge it a bit and suggest we're as aggressive as our professional staff will allow us to be, cognizant that we've got some deep constraints that we're going to have to deal with.
Excellent. Thank you.
Councillor Blackmore.
So we have a number of sites around the city that are that do host events and entertainment, and all of them could certainly do more. I'm wondering if we have any kind of community approach so that our staff would work with live theater, would work with the college theater to really try and maximize the usage of those facilities. I'm wondering, I don't understand if that is in place or if that's something that there's, sorry, if there's major pushback from those other organizations. But I think it would be something that would benefit the city as a whole to work in a community of entertainment rather than a bunch of pockets of entertainment.
Mr. Nicolai?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Couldn't agree more. I think there is a responsible level of community collaboration that occurs already in what I've been able to witness in the departments. They do work quite actively with other groups in the city. I think there's lots and lots of room for more of that opportunity to be exploited, though. We had a recent conversation with Northwest Polytech in which one of the councillors brought forward the idea that there's a theater there that is really outside the DNA of a Polytech to be programming and optimizing as a event center and venue in the city. And perhaps that's something that our people could do, programming a facility that doesn't belong to us and isn't part of our facilities directly. That type of collaboration hasn't been fully exploited, but it will be.
So, Mr. Miller, it came up as a different title, so I was trying to figure out whose mic is actually Protective of Social Services, but there we go. Mr. Miller.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. And Mr. Nicolai may not be aware, but Catherine Ridgway has been in discussions with the college about using the theatre there. So that's an ongoing discussion, and I think it sounds like it's very positive for the future. So it was talked about a few years ago, and they weren't as receptive to making it work, but this time they seem to be willing to work with us and share events and probably share revenues as well, but it is in the works.
Yeah, that's great. And I think the conversation was more about a check-in, and it appeared the new president was unaware of the conversation. So it was just sort of a, okay, what happened there? So, yeah, perfect. No other questions? Let's move on to inspection services, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Inspection services, a very busy area, and this is one of the ones that's very difficult to program. When development occurs, we need to be there, and we can't hold up development in the city by not having an appropriate amount of resources dedicated to inspection services. When development starts to lag, it's an obvious temptation to say, is this an area that we can start to cut resources? We do have an approach that looks at the optimal levels of resources dedicated to inspection services, and I think that's been pretty rigorously used over the years. In this case, we see a reduction in the budget for 2023, but it's associated with increased permit revenue and other contractual obligations to meet the current levels of service more than anything else. We do see an increase in revenue from prior year associated with expected development this year, but expenses are being held essentially at a flat level.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I guess I'm just kind of curious what our platform is set up for now to be able to build and properly inspect. I know years ago we'd had a platform that was set up for, I think it was 700-ish homes and commercial properties to be built. I'm just not sure what the platform's set up to be capable of doing. Just wondering if growth does happen, are we still prepared for it or not?
Mr. Nicolai?
I'll refer that one to Mr. Glavin, who I think has a deeper insight than I do.
Mr. Glavin?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So yes, going back to the years of 2012, 2013, 14, when we were seeing 400, 500, 600 houses per year, we had a larger platform than we do today. Since then, we've probably contracted by 4 to 5 positions in that area. Without being able to put an exact amount of houses, because it kind of depends on how much commercial and industrial is happening at any particular time or alterations. It's probably more so in the area of 400-ish is what we would max out at, which is obviously quite a bit above where we are today in housing. However, with the current level of industrial and commercial activity with alterations and new construction in there, we're not slow. It's not that we have people that are waiting for things to do. We just have a little bit more opportunity for growth.
Okay, thank you. And just if I can have one other one.
Yes.
I constantly get rib punched from my peers in this world of inspections, and a lot of the rib punches are about inspections that aren't MGA required. And I guess I'm curious if we've looked at why we're doing the inspections over and above the MGA. and what the purpose would be. I guess we've talked about red tape reduction a lot in the past. I guess for me, I'd just be really curious why we're doing any inspections that the Municipal Government Act doesn't make us have to do. And I'm just more of a comment for today. Maybe that could come back at some point. I'm just curious about that because there might be an opportunity for savings there, and also an opportunity just to reduce some red tape if they're not inspections that we need to do. I just would wonder why we want to do them and putting our organization in a liability position of doing the inspections to begin with. So just more of a comment for that. And I'll let administration take that from where they want.
So can I just clarify before I'll give Mr. Glavin or Mr. Nicolay opportunity to comment? You're suggesting that there's inspection services that we do that aren't trade necessary or certification necessary, and other municipalities aren't doing them?
No, there's municipal government requirements of how many inspections we have to do when we're building either homes or commercial. We're choosing to do more than the required inspections. So I'm just wondering why we're choosing to do more than we need to do, and what the reasons would be, if there's a good data-driven reason, or if there's, but it's going to be a financial hit to the city. And more, to me, it's a liability hit to the city if we're doing things that we don't necessarily have to contractually be able to do. So just more of a comment. I get rib punched a lot, and I said I'd pass along on that one. So,
Mr. Glavin, you had your hand up, sorry.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. We did make some changes to the quality management plan there, I want to say 1 to 2 years ago, to allow builders to do the minimum amount of the quality management plan that gets approved by safety codes. They can opt to do more, and some do opt to do more voluntarily. But we'd be more than happy to bring a report for information to committee.
Perfect. Mr. Nicolay, did you have anything further to add on that?
Good answer.
Okay. Moving on to planning and development.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is also a busy area, and particularly in 2023 as we try to execute a municipal development plan. There'll be a lot of pressure in this area. The operating budget is up, as you'll see in the materials. Operating expenses are up. The net requirement is up about $133,000. That's primarily attributable to a transfer of position from engineering services into planning and development, and there is a associated reduction in the engineering services budget to accommodate that. I won't go through all of the service areas that are in your material, but this is a very busy and integral part of our organization.
All right. Seeing no comments in that. That is the end of your list, Mr. Nicolay. So, Council, we will now move on to fees and charges, and I'll turn it over to CFO Whiteway.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So, there's a very detailed amendment to the fees and charges bylaw included within your budget package. So we've each year, Finance and Ledge Services work together with department directors and compile updates to the bylaw based on recommendations, as well as a scan of our municipal comparators. There was a structural update done for 2023, adding the information on whether GST is applicable or not to the fee. This provides some additional clarity to citizens as well as staff on which fees are GST applicable, as well as the total cost after GST. So in addition, administration's added information to define community, sport partners, and nonprofit organizations to just further assist with clarity. As directed by Council in the 2023 bylaw, it's been prepared to include youth rates for outdoor field and diamond rentals, as well as the ASP preparation fee that was recently discussed. In addition, Transit has added new categories for unlimited travel day and weekend passes for all age categories, and multiplex aquatics and wellness, which includes the outdoor pool, and the Twin Ice Arenas increased the age of free admission from the age of 2 years old to 3 years old. So that's a high-level overview of what's being proposed for changes in the fees and charges bylaw, and it is detailed in your budget package.
All right. Thank you for that introduction. Just scan to see if there's opportunity, or if there's any questions from Council regarding anything that's under the organizational reviews and expenses. Recognizing Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just when I'm looking through the fees and charges, one area that just seems to have a pretty dramatic change is the pool rentals. It looks like from 22 to 23, some of these fees have doubled and in some cases 2.5 times. Was that more just to catch up to other peer pools, or what was they're fairly significant. I'm just wondering how that's going to impact the user groups in those areas.
They're on page 97. Ms.
Yeah,
White.
near the bottom on page 97.
And I don't know if facilities themselves, Mr. Lemieux, if you'd like to take that one, if you happen to be aware of that information.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have the answer right now, but I'll certainly look to my staff to provide us with some background.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Anything further, Councillor Platt?
I guess if we're looking into that, I'm curious of how many hours that equates to, and what sort of revenue decrease it would be if I wanted to try to make an amendment or a change on that. Just because it is it's a very substantial change in the fees. If it was a 10 or 20% increase, I could say maybe it makes sense, but like to double those fees, I'm just really worried about what that'll do to user groups. So.
Yeah, and it appears that there's some realignment there as well as in regards to the buckets. But yeah, let's just wait for administration to come back with information. Councillor O'Toole.
Yeah, my question is regarding the rates, but also is the facilities being used at maximum right now when they were trying to gain some extra income, or are they not full and we're trying to gain some extra income?
And in particular, Councillor O'Toole.
The pools, the field houses, and the fields.
So just at CKC, or are you asking
Overall.
statewide?
Overall.
Okay. So, Mr. Lemieux, is that clear in regards?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah. What I will say is that we've been working very diligently with our staff at the CKC to make sure that we maximize use. We've been, I think I mentioned yesterday that our membership rates are going up, and so we're trending in the right direction. So are we at capacity all the time? I'm not going to say that we're at capacity all the time, but certainly our goal is to look at our rates to ensure that we are able to maintain reasonable rates to attract as many participants as possible. So our usage, I don't have exact numbers, but the trend is certainly positive.
Okay. I'll have some other
Go
questions
ahead.
later.
Oh, okay. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Mr. Lemieux, this field house component, it was not applicable in 2022, and then 2023 fees. What's the history on that? Why is that not applicable in 2022? Just to refresh my memory, please.
What page are you referring to?
97
Thanks.
at the top.
Mr. Lemieux?
Again, I don't have the answer off the top of my head, but certainly my staff will get me the answer shortly.
Perfect, thank you.
Great. Thanks. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Just perhaps I might be able to fill in here a bit with the pool rental upcharges. I know that when we went through COVID, we had to find a creative way to get people into the pool and to use that outdoor pool. So we offered it really at a discount rate so that people could get up to 100 friends and rent that pool. Now that we're out of COVID, and administration can correct me if I'm wrong, I think maybe the methodology behind this and raising the rates is that we're hoping to have more drop-in and to open up the pool for the whole community rather than just specific user groups, and maybe they've just adjusted that accordingly. But I know in the beginning we wanted to make sure that we could use the asset outdoors, and so we gave people that opportunity to grab their friends. So
I just wanted to clarify, I think the question was regarding the indoor pool.
Oh, yeah. I was pretty sure just on the pool rental here that it was just the outdoor pool, because outdoor pool has its own line and then this falls underneath it.
Yeah, maybe.
So anyways, just some context if it's valuable.
All right, Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. The next question I have is on page 99, the Woody Channel Storm Basin. The fees and costs from 2022 to 2023. Just some clarity on what that is about, please.
Mr. Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Those costs were previously held within the 132nd Avenue Storm Basin study and are just being added to the fees and charges bylaw for consistency so that our fees and charges are in the same place. So these were charges that were charged before. They just weren't in the fees and charges bylaw.
All right. I just, in regards to this sort of bucket of information, CFO Whiteway, were you open to questions in regards to clarification on debt? Or were you hoping to discuss that later?
Sorry, did you say debt?
Yeah, on page 94 and 95.
Yeah, we could do it now if we're finished with fees and charges, or
No, we can do it later. I just wanted to check.
okay, sure, let's do it after.
Yep. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. So I see on the middle of page 99, it says electric vehicle charging, $14.29 per hour up to $15 per hour. I wasn't aware that we had any vehicle charging stations. If so, where are they and how many?
Mr. Glavin?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So you're correct. We don't own or operate any electric vehicle charging. However, we did have an opportunity and we had put all of the infrastructure in downtown in order to support vehicle charging. And should a grant come up, this is essentially a market rate that is charged to many other municipalities. And we're right on cue with the cost.
Okay, thanks.
Any further questions on fees and charges? Seeing none, Ms. Whiteway, did you have other information?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I can move on then. Okay. So the one other piece that we need to go through for operations are the items that were referred to budget throughout the year. So during the year, these items were brought forward at various council and or committee meetings. The items being presented have not been included in the 3% proposed budget. And so if added to operations for 2023 and ongoing, it will impact the tax rate increase. So the total amount of the items referred was $562,133, which is approximately 0.46%. So I do want to note, though, however, on Monday there was a addition from Nighthawk of its $1,815 to
18,000. No?
No, 1,800.
Okay.
Yeah, and that would be just to put them up to the 50,000 even. They've already got a grant approved for 48. So just a little bit of an increase there. So it still, though, accumulates to 0.46%. And I'll just pass on to Mr. Glavin to start going through these items.
Perfect. Mr. Glavin, if we want to start, I see Councillor Bosch has a question. Do you want to wait until we go through these items? Okay, go ahead.
Is this including the 19,000 that Nighthawk asked for as well?
No, she just identified that.
Yeah.
Right?
Is it 100 or 1,800?
Go ahead, Ms. Whiteway.
I can clarify. Thanks, Mayor Clayton. The 19,000 will be included in the capital referrals, so just the operating component was 1,800.
Okay, so they are different. Thank you.
Mr. Glavin, broadleaf weed control.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So at the October 3rd council meeting, it was administration presented council with information regarding the current spraying practice with the city, and council referred both the increased mowing on boulevards and the contracted spraying on boulevards to budget.
So just a reminder or information for Councillor Plott, there was discussion in regards to a corridor plan on our arterials for whether we mow them, leave them naturalized, whatever it was. Part of that discussion included potentially leaving them naturalized, but dealing with broadleaf weed control. Any questions on broadleaf weed control? Seeing none, do you want to move on to snow and ice control?
Sure, thank you, Mayor Clayton. So also at the October 3rd council meeting, administration presented committee with the snow and ice control review, and Council referred $250,000 to the budget for an extra rotation of residential snow removal. Also referred $75,000 to develop a priority 1 and 2 service standard for transit stops, and referred $55,000 for increased snow removal on trails to reflect a service standard of 2 days for high priority routes and 4 days for low priority routes.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So this 250,000 for another turn around the city, that would be number 6. We have in budget for 5 rotations, and this would be the 6th.
Mr. Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. That's correct.
And in our past history, how many times have we gone or needed over 5?
Mr. Glavin.
I would say last season, that in this current fiscal year, we might be over, but historically it would be rare. However, we're lowering the trigger from 10 centimeters to 7.5 centimeters, so it will be more likely that we will hit 6.
Okay, thank you.
And just clarification, the reason we got to 6 this year was pretty much because of the freeze and thaw, so it was primarily ice control for the 6th, correct?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. Yes, so we did have multiple successive snowfalls at the beginning of the year, and then we did have some pretty significant ice issues at one point, and so it was somewhat of an extraordinary year to bring us to the level that we're at currently.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. So I'm just curious, if we had to do a 7th, what would happen? Like, would we just do it and then dip into reserves, or what's the process on that?
Mr. Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So historically, the city used to have a separate snow reserve, so that in the cases where we did have to do an additional one, that it would be covered under the reserve. Those reserves were combined into the fiscal stabilization reserve. So in the event that we did have to do a 7th or an 8th, which although highly unlikely, that's where administration would likely propose to fund it from if we couldn't cover it from within current operations.
So if I understand this correctly, in essence, we might add $250,000 that we didn't need if we didn't get enough snow in a season.
Mr. Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. That's correct. However, the likelihood of us needing it now, as we've reduced the trigger to 7.5 centimeters, it's more likely that we'll need that in order to maintain the new service standard.
Okay, and I guess it wasn't part of the conversation. Was there a big reason we needed to go from 10 to 7.5?
I can fill in, or Mr. Glavin can. So council did a snow and ice control removal workshop. Through consultation with administration, it was determined that council wanted to see an opportunity for more snow removal in neighborhoods. Administration came back with a recommendation. The 7.5 would be a recommended trigger, and therefore it came to consideration that if we went to 7.5, we would need another potential residential removal.
Okay.
Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. If I'm recalling right, for residential snow removal, we went from past practice where we did as much as we could on week 1 and then went and finished on week 2, and now we're actually planning what we're doing in week 1 versus week 2. I'm curious, was that just a pure service enhancement for residents, give them more predictability, or has that had an impact on operational costs?
Mr. Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm not aware of any difference in operational costs, but it was for predictability of service, so that if you knew you were in week 2, that you wouldn't move your car on week 1 expecting us to get there.
All right, I see no other questions on snow and ice control. We'll move on to, actually, I have one. Remind me from the discussion, the snow removal on trails and paths, that's in addition to the existing snow removal that we do, or is that we haven't done any in the past? I see the snow removed, but I don't remember this discussion.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. So right now, usually we're able to get all the trails done within 5 days. Muskogee Park is a priority part of the trails, so usually we can get that done much quicker. I think generally within 48 hours we have the Muskogee Park system done, but generally 5 business days is how long it takes us to get the trails cleared.
So this 55,000 is to make that service quicker?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. I'm not sure if this will be for Mr. Glavin or Mr. Manuel. Might be for Mr. Manuel instead. But part of the conversation around snow and ice control is enforcement of that residential plowing. And I haven't brought it up because I'm kind of waiting to see if we need as much enforcement now that we've got that more predictable week 1 versus week 2. But I'm curious if council did have an appetite to get more stricter enforcement. Would there need to be a budget component to that, or could we get more strict with existing resources?
Who wants it? Mr. Manuel?
So certainly we are able to get more strict with existing resources. We take a fairly education-based approach right now, but there's opportunity to change that.
Excellent, thank you.
Councillor Blackmore.
I have 2 questions. One regarding residential snow removal. How do I know if I'm week 1 or week 2? I've never heard this before.
I can tell you. There's this really cool flyer that came in your mail. And also we have this email program you can sign up, and it sends you an email the day before saying,
I sense some sarcasm here.
No, I just think it's great. The other day I had to explain to my husband, we're in group A of this neighborhood cluster.
Well, I think I do what most people do with their junk mail. It goes from one spot to the other and never gets looked at.
Fair enough. There are 2 options then. You can sign up for these awesome emails. You can pick the topics that you want, and then there's a snow and ice removal email, comes out the day before they go to certain neighborhoods, tells where they're going to be. And now that we split it into groups, you have a better idea that they're actually going to be in your neighborhood the day they say they are.
Okay. The other thing
and I wasn't being sarcastic. I think it's a great opportunity to tell people about, I love this that we split it up. Now I know I'm not assuming they're coming to my neighborhood. I know I'm in group A or B, and you know they're going to be there.
It's kind of irrelevant to us because we don't park on the street anyway. But
no, but it's when to get my kids to get their hockey net off the street. Go ahead, Councillor Blackmore.
Second question. I'm going back to trails and paths, snow removal on trails and paths. I'm questioning the validity of Director Gavin's statement that it's to increase the amount plowed and not the kilometers plowed. Did we not add paths to get plowed?
Mr. Glavin?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm not aware, like there were some trail additions this year that were relatively minor along 108th Street, along 100th Avenue, but not significant enough kilometers that it would warrant, the $55,000 to get them cleared. The intent was to increase the speed in which we could clear the snow.
So that's not a contracted service, is it? That's staff, park staff that do that? So are we adding more equipment, adding more people? Like, how are we speeding up the process?
Mr. Glavin?
I believe we're allocating more resources to it, but I'll just have Director of Transportation get back to me to confirm the exact method.
Perfect. Okay. Anything further?
Not with that.
Okay. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I know some people are happy with emails. I'm kind of like Councillor Blackmore. I kind of blow past them. I would love to see a texting app, a texting component to the public that just pops up. Like when you have to see a chiropractor, tomorrow's your day. There you go. That's what I would love to see for the public. And how do we go about doing that?
So I'll tell you what I know, and then maybe Mr. Miller, who's the acting chief of staff, where communications would fall into. There has been consideration of this. We are working on our systems that currently have the ability to that. And my understanding is there will be information coming back to council on it. Mr. Miller, Mr. Glavin? Go ahead, Mr. Miller.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'll confirm that with the acting director of communications as well.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Mr. Glavin?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Just to respond to the question, we are adding another position on the night shift in order to enhance the trail clearing. So we don't need another piece of equipment. It would just be having that equipment operate overnight.
Okay. Any other questions on snow and ice control? Moving on to the Grande Prairie Curling Center request for operating funding of $117,279. Mr. Glavin. Or, sorry, Mr. Lemieux.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So the Grande Prairie Curling Center presented a detailed business plan and a proposed operating budget to council earlier this year. And city administration has been working with the Grande Prairie Curling Center to negotiate an operating agreement for this city-owned facility. The Grande Prairie Curling Center has seen a modest growth in membership for the current season, but they are targeting to get the membership back up to pre-COVID numbers. The business plan they presented to us includes hosting provincial, national events and potentially in international competitions like the national one that most recent was a Grand Slam of curling. So this ask is based on the same budget that was presented to council earlier this year. And yeah, in our work with the Grande Prairie Curling Center, we feel this is a reasonable ask given their present situation, and we certainly, city administration, are supporting this request. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Perfect. Councillor Blackmore.
So what happens if we don't?
If we don't, I think that we'll probably see the Grande Prairie Curling Center come back to the city from time to time when their finances are tight. I believe they've been running a deficit over the last few years, and they've been coming back to council on a regular basis.
So the city owns the curling center, you said, so, and I think we have for a long time, if not ever.
We own the facility. I'm not sure how long we've owned it, but we own the facility.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if obviously you just said that administration feels it's a reasonable amount. I'm just wondering what happens if we don't fund it, what their options are, and if bankruptcy is one of those options. That's obviously not something I think we would support. We don't want them to go bankrupt, but.
Mr. Lemieux?
I mean, one of the options would be for the city to take it over and the city to operate that facility. We're certainly not recommending that, but certainly that could be an option. I also want to mention in this new operating agreement that we're working through with the curling center, we're putting performance measures in there. And what we're saying is we're looking at probably a 5-year agreement. What we're saying is there needs to be clear indicators that you are rebuilding your membership. And if you're not rebuilding your membership over the next few years, we need to look at what are the options for that facility. And I can tell you that in some other municipalities, like Fort St. John, they used to have an 8-sheet curling club like we have. They now have a 4-sheet curling club, and they use the other half for other recreation. So I think it's something that we're hoping we can work with the Grande Prairie Curling Center so they could rebuild their membership, and their membership is on the way up. It may be like our other recreation facilities at the Easting Center where the membership went down but is coming back up. So we want to, as administration, we feel we should give the Grande Prairie Curling Center an opportunity to try and rebuild their membership. If they cannot, we need to have clear performance measures in this operating agreement that says, you know, if that facility cannot be, if you can't rebuild your membership, then we look at other options. And we've had those conversations with the curling center.
So the intent is that this amount, 117,000, will reduce over time, or we are expecting to pay that for 5 years, or?
We are recommending we give them this amount in the operating budget, so that's its core funding going forward. Certainly, we're going to be reviewing their financial statements. They'll be reporting to council annually with their financial statements, and if their membership is growing, we could certainly look at adjusting the number. But we're asking for this in the operating budget moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Thanks for your responses, Mr. Lemieux. Similar to Councillor Blackmore's, I'm a big fan of the sport of curling, I guess, and what the curling club does, and I understand some of their issues. But this funding, it's not meant to be held in perpetuity. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember some sliding numbers going down that over time they're going to wean themselves off of city funding in this operating ask.
Certainly, we want them to succeed and grow their membership, and if they can grow their membership, we'll be reevaluating the contribution from the city. I'm not going to say that it's going to go down to zero, but hopefully we could help them, support them so they can grow their membership back to where it used to be.
Okay, yeah, so I guess definitely not in perpetuity, and I guess I'll just re-ask. So this 117 going forward, is this year over year over year over year, or does it start to scale down?
At this time, it's year over year over year.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bosch, then Councillor Berg, and then I'm going to jump in the queue.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So in regards to the entirety of operating for the curling club, this is not all that we give. So can you just bring some clarity to the numbers, what we provide for facility, utilities, up and above in operating?
So you are correct, Councillor Bosch, through the mayor. So currently we are providing an operating grant through our community group funding in the amount of $138,859. So that's already committed in the budget. The $117,000 would be above that.
Thank you.
Councillor Berg.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So the first part of my question was asked. So we're funding it roughly $255,000 a year if we approve this. If the city were to take it over, as you had mentioned, would you see those costs rise from that number?
So we've done some preliminary work. So we believe it would cost us more. Exactly how much I can't tell you. What I can tell you is I believe the cost to run the Day Bar Arena is $500,000 roughly. I'm not saying it would cost that much. I think we would use a different operating model, but certainly there would be, we believe there would be an increased cost if the city was to run the facility.
Okay, so we're still at a good value then?
We believe so, yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Just in regards to this, I know that the curling club as the facility, they have to deal with a little bit more than some of our other facility people. For instance, they run and operate the bar and the kitchen upstairs. It is a source of revenue, but with reduced revenues, I think part of the challenge is do we run this building and this operation, or do we grow the sport of curling? And I just don't think they have enough staff, according to all the conversations that they've had come in there. Typically, like with the Eastlink Center or other venues that we have, such as Bonnet's Energy Center, we contract out services for concession. Has that ever entered into the discussion with the curling club?
Mr. Lemieux.
Yeah, I can't speak to that specific. I believe that they hire their own staff right now, and they have a partnership with the Grande Prairie Golf and Country Club, where the chef is at the country club in the summer and comes to the curling club in the winter. It's a really good partnership for both organizations. So I believe right now they're not contracting that; they're running their own.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but we as an administration, we haven't asked what would this look like, or entertain those discussions if we took over the concession or the bar and the restaurant area there?
We haven't done that level of analysis at this point, no.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Lemieux, how do we have any estimation if this operating request would change or decrease once we have a chance to evaluate the report that would come back for the other opportunities within the facility? Or is the assumption that once the report comes back for other opportunities in the facility, that becomes city programming space, therefore city revenue and not curling club revenue? What do we expect to see from that report, and what considerations have been given for the potential financial revenue once we see what that building can actually be used for?
So thank you for that question, Mayor Clayton. So I think you're referring to year-round use of that particular facility.
Exactly.
Yeah, I can tell you that there have been conversations between the curling club and I believe pickleball and maybe other organizations where they're looking for partnerships also. We haven't defined what that operating model would be. Would those be programs offered by the city in that facility, or would we allow the curling club to work a partnership with pickleball and work together? So we're still looking at those. There are a number of potential operating models, but the good news is that there are ongoing conversations between different partners, and we are actively looking at, let's make this a year-round facility.
I think that's great. I mean, there is precedent in regards to other facilities where we've given the tenant the revenue from other opportunities, so I was curious. But can you explain, are there any other sports that we support operationally to help grow their membership?
Yeah, I'd have to look to my staff. I'm going to ask Stephanie that question, and she'll.
I
get back
don't, to
us.
my knowledge, we don't write a check to hockey, swimming, lacrosse, skiing, not operationally, but to grow membership.
Yeah, and you know, I think this ask is for total operations, not necessarily just for growing the membership. However, I think part of this, the idea is that some of the funding would go to marketing and promotion of the sport for sure.
Okay, thanks. Any further questions? I guess, do we want to talk about Ms. Whiteway about the additional $1,800? Does anybody have questions on that? Seeing none, then I guess we're ready to move on to the wrap up.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So I'll start and then pass it on to City Manager Nicolay. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Miller.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just an update on the app that was mentioned. So it is in the works. We can do it through Salesforce. We just it's a work in progress between the IT department and communications as well.
Perfect. Sometimes I listen, see? All right. Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So just a recap on what's been presented for the 2023 operating budget. So as you're all aware, we are required to balance our operational budget, but as per the MGA. And so to do so, we have proposed a 3% tax increase. This does equate to average annual residential property tax of approximately $3,160, which is an increase of $92 a year from 2022. So the budget referrals that were just discussed are not included in the proposed budget. However, the proposed fees and charges changes are included in this budget. And with that, I'll pass it over to City Manager Nicolay.
Mr. Nicolay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I thought I would just do a quick recap of what happened in the first, because we're completing the operating budget right now, what happened on day one and then continuing on this morning that needs follow-up that council ought to expect. Some of it will occur, I think, in budget wrap-up, but some of it will be follow-up material that you'll see arising from the discussions we've had over the past day or so. The first one was in more subtle conversation, but I thought it worth noting that several council members have asked for a clear depiction of the tax rate / impact comparison between comparable cities in Alberta. So when we take the ensuing mill rate that will arise from approval of this budget or some amended budget, multiply it by the assessed value of properties in Grande Prairie, how do those compare? How does the tax bill compare to other cities around the province? And our CFO has that information readily available. It'll be updated for 2023 as other municipalities indicate their tax rate increases. But that's a follow-up item that council should expect to see, and that'll be forthcoming. We also had a pretty thorough discussion on CCC, the Coordinated Care Campus, and there was a request for an annual detailed budget and pro forma. So some breakout of what it costs us to operate the Coordinated Care Campus, and that will be forthcoming. That's something that'll be a takeaway, and we'll bring it forward. We were also asked along that same line to do a detailed crime analysis report on the vicinity of the Coordinated Care Campus, and that was a takeaway that management will be bringing forward as well. So we'll start to see some more detail on the operations and the effects of the Coordinated Care Campus and community. There were also suggestions that we might use within the allowed parameters of existing policy. We might use the facility renewal reserve to handle more of the repair and maintenance obligations associated with the city's numerous facilities. Council, I think, was quite purposeful in pointing out that that can't violate policy, or we're going to have to go back and amend the policy. But there was an indication from our CFO that there may be some discretion within the facility renewal reserve for us to do some of that. We also talked extensively about the fire flex positions, the 4 flex positions that are being requested in the budget. There have been some detailed discussions on that, and that may be something council wants to consider even in the context of this budget during this set of deliberations. That information can be generated quite quickly. We also had a innovative suggestion that we'll follow up on regarding whether or not the PAC team, the current AHS resources that are dedicated to the PAC team, would be more efficiently dedicated to the mobile outreach activities, so that they were able to be paired up with a greater number of mobile outreach people in order to get the type of complementary service in play more often with greater reliability. And that's an area that we made note and we'll follow up on as well. There was also a request for a more detailed report on the source and use of funds for housing and homelessness. So the housing and homelessness is a big area of operation for the city, and I believe Councillor Plott asked for some information, especially with regard to where the funds are coming in that are being dedicated to homeless and housing and homelessness, and a comparison or a context in which we can compare that to what type of dedication of social development funds are going to other social needs in the community, whether they're different age groups, different socioeconomic conditions, et cetera. So that'll be forthcoming, arising from budget discussions on the operating side. We also had a discussion about transit on a couple of fronts. One was the need that's been expressed by many people in the community for extended hours of service, and that we are running the operation as efficiently as we can, and that there's been several adjustments made over recent years, but we may be leaving a portion of our population that really relies on public transit with no way to get home from work late at night, for example. And so there was a suggestion that extended hours of some description ought to be contemplated in the budget, and that could be done as early as this budget without need for extensive follow-up. And there was a discussion about a service loop option that might be more efficient at connecting, for example, seniors to the Eastlink Centre so that they could access it during times when they otherwise find it very difficult to get to the Eastlink Centre. So that could be a follow-up as well. There was also a suggestion about free drop-in at the activity centre and possibly even free or different charging mechanisms for recreation centres and activity centres more broadly. That's something management's made a note of, and we'll make sure that we follow up on. And there was a request today that I've already mapped into a BF list, a bring forward list for InvestGP committee on a report on inspection services, particularly as they relate to any services that might be in addition to those that are required by legislation or regulation, or in addition to those that were specifically approved in our quality management plan. Fees and charges came up as well today, and that's a very broad issue. They were dealt with in a traditional way in this year's budget, but I can tell you that the leadership team has identified this as an area that we need to look at much more diligently. We try to do two things with fees and charges. We try to optimize revenue, but we also try to optimize community access to valuable facilities. We want to see an active community. So we want those facilities to be used right up to their capacity if we possibly can, whilst trying to optimize revenue and minimize the tax reliance on fees and charges. So that's something that we'll take as a takeaway from the extensive discussions that we've had on operating budget to date. That was my list, Madam Chair, and if there's anything that I missed, I'm be happy to add it on, and there may be others that still come up in deliberations.
Was there anything that Council feels was missed in that wrap-up? Seeing no one in the queue, we're going to take a 15-minute break, and then we're going to start deliberation, debate, and decisions. Thanks. Good morning and welcome back to day 2 of budget deliberations. We are about to go into discussion debate in regards to the operational budgets that were laid out by our executive team, our corporate leadership team, and our CAO. We're going to, for those of you who are watching, we're going to break this into the buckets as laid out, as identified from our chiefs, our corporate leadership team. And so they will, if you're watching, they are on our budget book at page 19, but they will start in order as presented. We will discuss and deliberate and debate as presented. So starting first, I will ask council, and if there's any consideration or business arising from council and city managers' presentation on the operating budget. If there is, jump in the queue, and if not, I'll move along. Seeing none there, moving to strategy and communication services. I will go somewhat slowly, and I'll just keep watching my queue, but there was presentations based on chief of staff, city clerk, corporate comms, corporate communications, corporate marketing, executive services and strategy, and intergovernmental affairs. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Just with the corporate communication and corporate marketing in regards to the InvestGP conversation this morning, just so that I don't know if anything needs to be taken out of there or moved into the other side, or we're just going to attend to that later.
I can answer that, but I'll turn it over to the CAO for comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I think we would have offered exactly the same answer. I'd prefer that we leave it the way it is now, but just putting council on notice that this is an area that's under extensive review, and we'll revise as required and bring it back.
And just, yeah, I would have said the same thing. I guess the thing is as these key leaders get into place, the CAO will determine where they best belong. So, and keeping in mind that although, in my opinion, InvestGP has a marketing aspect, the corporate comms will have a marketing aspect for everybody, including InvestGP. Councillor Blackmore.
Not wanting to make any assumptions. So executive services and strategies disappears out of the budget. And I am assuming, not making an assumption, but guessing that that has disappeared through restructuring, and we're not saving $500,000. We actually moved it somewhere else.
Correct. All right, seeing nothing in that bucket, we'll move on to financial and administration services. I know before we go through line by line, there was a question that came up for the CFO, and maybe I'll provide her an opportunity to answer it now in regards to the ERP expenditures. Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So yeah, yesterday we had a question regarding the licensing costs built within budget. So the total annual licensing is $294,000 for that program.
Okay. So sure, let's just go and order those. So I'm going to put that in. Would it make sense, Ms. Whiteway, that I put that in under questions for GIS and tech IT services?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. It's divided out between HR, procurement, and finance.
Okay, so go ahead, Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So outside of the licensing, what other maintenance basically costs are there, like programming or so forth?
Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So it's different in the sense that it is cloud-based and it is updated regularly from the provider. So there's not anything in-house that would be affected. This should cover everything that we would be required ongoing.
Perfect, thank you.
While we're in that vein, I had a question. Initially, there was, through the transition of ERP, there was contractors, et cetera, consultants used. Are there anywhere that I'm not recalling permanent positions that have been added as a result of the transition to the ERP? Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So we reevaluated within especially financial services what there was for staff, but we worked within our bucket to be able to add what was required.
Perfect, thank you. So now going through order, financial management, GIS and IT, legal and risk management, procurement and supply chain management, and tax and assessment. I see no one in the queue, so I will move on to operational services, engineering, energy and environment, facilities, fleet, parks, transportation. See, I told you we're gonna get, oh geez, Councillor Bressie.
So I just want to clarify, if somebody wanted to make motions on snow and ice control, now that we're in transportation, this would be where we'd...
Other than if they're the referred items, let's do the referred
Okay,
items.
then I don't have anything right now. Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Blackmore.
We talked about a urban forest strategy. Is that a capital project?
Yeah, you bet.
Okay, so I'll save it.
Okay. Anyone else? Last call. Anything in operational services bucket? Seeing none, we're going to move on to public services. I'll go relatively slow because I know there's lots here. Community Knowledge Campus, Community Social Development, Emergency and Disaster Planning, Councillor Blackmore.
You're rushing.
Sorry.
Community Knowledge Campus.
Okay.
If we were to ask that that there were changes to fees, would this be the appropriate time?
To facility fees, I mean, Ms. Whiteway, what's your preference in that discussion?
Either now would be just...
Or do you want to wait till fiscal services because it's fees and charges?
For fees and charges, if it's for the CKC?
If we were to change the age of free admission in any of our facilities, whether it be the activity center or the swimming pool or the field houses, at what point in time should we be having that discussion?
Ms. Whiteway?
We could do it now, and that would work fine. Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Blackmore.
So we've had some discussion around the table about whether or not we can increase activity and increase the physical activity of our residents by changing the fee structure at our recreational facilities. And while I'm not in favor of a blanket increase, because then I think we're competing with our local gymnasia or local gyms and private fitness centers. I am thinking that it would be a great cost savings for lots of families if we stopped charging youth, say under the age of 17, at any of those or even all of those facilities. However, I don't want to make that decision without knowing what the bottom line would be, and so I would like some more information on costing. I understand that this is maybe not something you can provide me today or even tomorrow, but I feel that we need to contemplate the effects of that and whether or not the good would outweigh the financial negative.
So I will just confirm with Ms. Whiteway and Mr. Lemieux. I actually don't think that that's unreasonable information to get. I don't expect you to have it off the top of your head, but I think that it could come back today for consideration. Mr. Lemieux, is that correct?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So yes, I will ask our staff to start crunching those numbers and try and get some information later today.
And just in case there's intent from council to tweak that age-specific number, could they potentially, I think there's current age groups they have, like 7 to 10, and then, so if there's not, if it's all in 17 and under, great, but let's bring back the information as they currently collect it.
So I'll ask the staff to see if we have that breakdown by age and to do an estimate of what the cost would be if we change that.
Right, because currently drop in the Twin Ice arenas, for example, under 3 is free. if this motion comes for discussion, maybe people want to say 5 and under, maybe they don't like 17 and under, then we'll have to go back. So whatever they group it to currently would be valuable information.
Okay, I'll ask my staff to crunch those numbers. Thank you.
Is that good for now, Councillor Blackmore? Councillor Palat, or I apologize, Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you. Mine was on emergency and disaster planning. GPREP was asking for a raise this year. Is that included in this?
I see Mr. Manuel nodding yes, but yeah.
Thank you.
Is that good? Okay. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, this is just based off of Councillor Blackmore's last one on facilities. I think we should encourage as many of our young people to get involved and to have that affordability piece. I'm thinking more along the lines of families. Like under 17, there's lots of kids that are working as early as the age of 10 or 11 babysitting. And so they have extra pocket cash in their thing. And I know right now we offer to under 3, but I was going to offer a similar one to say under 5, because at least at that 3 to 5 age, you have that opportunity where kids get excited about going places, they retain memory, and then when they're at home, they say, we want to go to the Eastlink Center. You know, at age 1, 2, and 3, they're just developing a lot of their vocabulary skills and how to express themselves. And I think if you have a kid like pulling on your leg saying, I want to go to the activity reception center and skateboard, you know, those are things that at a later age they can express to their parents, and they can get that activity that they so require or desire. So 17 might be a little old for me, and I would be hopeful that at the very least we get what a cost structure would be on age 5 and under for free for drop-in.
Perfect. So not to discuss or debate anything yet. Is there any business arising with your sort of discussion?
Yeah, the only business that I'd like to discuss about that is if we're going to come back with a cost structure similar to how you had proposed it sitting in the mayor's chair, if maybe 5 and under, if we had that cost structure as well so that we can deliberate what the difference in cost would be, that would be great.
Perfect. Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'm glad that Councillor Blackmore and Thiessen are bringing it up, because I definitely think we should be looking at youth in this. I guess for administration, I'd somewhat caution, and I don't know how you extrapolate the numbers, but you might see a lot of family memberships disappear if that happened. I look at my own family. With 2 young kids, would I buy a family membership if my kids were free? So I don't know how you'll figure out all the numbers and what it could look for revenue, but I'm definitely a big fan of heading in that direction where we're not charging our youth to use our facilities.
Councillor Bosch. So I'm just going to say, let's not express opinions on a question that's coming back, but if you have anything on CKC, CSD, emergency and disaster planning, go for it.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. My question is a budget impact, and it might seem like a small issue for Eastlink, about these kids taking swimming lessons and freezing while they're standing on deck, whether it's extra towels or extra staffing or a wading pool, other options so that this experience is enjoyable versus not a fun experience for our youth. I've had several parents complain about that or have concerns about that, because it doesn't make it a nice experience. And if we have such a beautiful facility, I'm sure we could figure something out.
So is there a question?
Looking at a financial impact, because to add that feature in whatever capacity.
In what feature, though? You asked,
to keep the
consideration
kids
for
warm.
Towels, warming pools. What are you looking to receive for information?
Well, I don't know the options.
Between building a wading
100%.
pool and providing a towel service.
I don't know the options that are easily done. So if there's something inexpensive that we can add, today, or do we have to look into the future to add something more?
So I know we've had this discussion earlier, and maybe Mr. Lemieux, can you tell us if there's been any consideration or information that will come back to council in regards to the concerns that were addressed?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, or Madam Mayor. I'll follow up with the staff. I'm not familiar with that file, so I'm not sure what's being worked on, but I will get some information back to council.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Blackmore.
I'm just going to add one quick comment. Keep them in the water. They don't need to be standing on the deck.
Okay, we're moving along.
We can handle that.
Enforcement services. I'm giving a second there so people get back into thought of where we're going. Enforcement Services, Fire Department. Councillor O'Toole.
Yes, yesterday there was a request in the slide regarding possibly hiring 4 new firefighters to cover overtime. And I would just like Mr. Manuel to go over that again. And I've got a business motion possibly to come out of that.
Sure. Can I make a request as there could be contractual information in this discussion that council make a motion to go in camera to have this discussion? Somebody put their hand up and do that for me.
I'll do that.
Thanks, Councillor O'Toole. So a motion to go in camera. I know everybody's e-scribes probably aren't loaded, so let's just do this motion by hand. In favor to go in camera?
In favor.
It looks like that is carried unanimously. So a motion to go in camera, and we'll give our IT a second to catch up to get us in camera and off screen. Good morning. We are back. As if you're just joining us, it's day 2 of budget deliberations. We are currently going through our operating budgets, and we are doing discussion and debate by department or by bucket of business. We currently are on an item that was flagged, was the fire department operational budget, and I understand we went in camera for discussion, and I understand a councillor may have business arising.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton.
O'Toole.
Thank you very much. I looked at the fire department's request for 4 staff, and through discussions, I'm willing to make a motion that city hire 2 flex firefighters. And with that, we can see the cost savings of overtime over the next 12 months. And it will introduce us to the flex firefighter process. As well, we can, at the end of the year, we can feel somewhat of how much cost savings or how much use they got in particular situations that we would be calling them in or transfer them to different shifts. So I'm making the motion that we go ahead with the hiring of 2 flex firefighters.
No line for increased revenue at the fire department, which through discussion we discovered was 4 additional jobs. There was, through the collective bargaining agreement, a transition in the operations to a 24-hour shift schedule. Now the motion that is on the floor is to tweak this a little bit so that it would be 2 positions. And I think the assumption would be that administration would come back with a review and keep us up to date on how that transition is going. All right, so comments or questions on the motion? I'm going to give people a minute to get their e-scribe live. Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I really appreciate the motion here by Councillor O'Toole. I think, especially in these times, we have to sometimes take a pause. I hold our fire department in really high regard, and so usually when they ask for something, I'm all in. But this one, I started thinking maybe 1 position, and I think what Councillor O'Toole has provided is probably a more responsible flex position ad for our firefighting department, which can help to alleviate some of the overtime costs that I think that we incur. I like that we'll have a year to hire these positions and evaluate it, and the cost savings and the cost of the service between these firefighters. Barring a loss, I'm still in favor of more flexers, but at 2, I think this is a good time that we can do a little gut check, evaluate with our administration, and come back next year. And if we want to add those extra 2 next year, we can totally build that into the budget in the future. But I hope this works for our firefighters, and I hope to alleviate some of the stresses that they may face in the line of their jobs. Thank you.
Perfect. Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, I think I'm a yes on this, although I'm still mulling it over a little bit. I respect the inclination to take a cautious approach to do something and dip in a little bit. That being said, for me, I'm glad to see this initiative coming forward and us at least see me support testing it. I think reducing overtime in the fire department should be a priority for us. It's not just about saving costs. It also is, I think that's a profession you get into because you want to rack up the overtime. And I think there's a quality of life and rest issues and psychological health and all those issues with overtime too. So I'm glad to see that we're looking at ways to reduce overtime in this department, not just for financial reasons.
Perfect. Thank you for those comments. See no further comments or questions on this. I'll call the question. Please vote.
Councillor O'Toole in favor.
Councillor O'Connor.
In favor.
And that carries unanimously. We will now move on to housing and homelessness. If there's any consideration from council, get in the queue. If not, we will move on to mobile outreach. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I am in favor of this program and increasing the staffing for this program. I see what it does, the outcomes that come from this mobile outreach team and the impact that they have on our community. If there's ways that, we can move perhaps items like we talked about this morning, like the PAC team, I guess that was yesterday, and make this a feasible cost for our community and get some significant outcomes from it. I'm 100% in favor for this because I do see what they do with our vulnerable population and our ever-changing population base in this regard. This isn't going away. I think the way that we handle the vulnerable is modern and very impactful to what other cities are doing in comparison.
So no business arising, you're just sharing your support.
Well, can I just make a motion to approve this budget line?
Nope.
What do you want?
We're going to do, right now we're doing changes to the presentation as presented. So, yeah.
Sorry.
That's okay. Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, Mayor Clayton, I thought this would be an opportunity to go in camera to talk about a proposal that may affect some staffing. So,
before I take that motion, I think that it's timely. We're going to actually take a break. We'll come back from the break and then go on camera. For those who are maybe watching, we're doing a flag raising for Louis Riel Day, which is today, if you're unaware. So we're going to join you back. Actually, are we coming back after that? Yes. So we will be back possibly at 11:45. If not, it'll be after lunch. So I don't know until I see how the ceremony goes. But right now, we're going to take a break till 11:45. Thank you. Welcome back to the day 2 of budget deliberations 2022. We had a brief moment of pause there as we recognized National Métis Day and did a flag raising ceremony. So thank you for your patience, and thank you to those who are recognizing that day as well. We are now on housing and homeless. There was a conversation or an opportunity for pause. I see no one in the queue. Mobile outreach, I'll give that a pause to see if anybody gets in the queue. Seeing none, going to RCMP, and I would like to make a motion. Can I? Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to go in camera. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. Welcome back to day 2 of budget deliberations 2022. We are now out of camera, going through our list of public services. I will mention to council we are an item of RCMP. I'll check the queue for anybody that may have business arising. Seeing none, move on to sports development, wellness, and culture. Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I did indicate earlier in conversations that I'd like to make a motion here relating to a free drop-in at the Activity Rec Center. I think I'll hold off on that just in light of the thing that Councillor Blackmore raised. But just something I would highlight is it's great to be talking about youth, but for me, it's also really important for opportunities for parents to get out playing with their kids, not just for their kids to play. And maybe that's solved if all the kids are free and the parent has to pay $5. Well, maybe that is solved, but just it's an important part of that conversation too that I look forward to having later in deliberations.
Okay, thanks for your comments. Seeing no one else in the queue, I'm going to, it is 11:59, so we are going to break for lunch. When we come back, we will have transit as the last item of public services. Then we will go through Invest GP and fiscal services. We will see you back at 1 o'clock. Thank you.